Good morning. Well, I thought I'd sleep in and give everyone a chance to get back into some puts, right? Oh, look, BBBY got crimed. Yeah, how did their earnings go? Shit. That's garbage. The CEO quit? Really? Like in the meeting? CEO was executed for poor sales. That might be the best thing that's ever happened to Bobby. RC wasn't announced as the CEO. Fuck. More ups on GME today. I haven't looked at shit yet, right? Where's the there? There's that. Yeah, I finally woke up. What's up, Dork? Why so late? I was up doing quant things till like 3:30 in the morning. We had a meeting, and then I'm not entirely sure I set my alarm. I think I did, but maybe I didn't. What bullish news? I'm positive that you didn't. I might not have. Either way, I woke up sleeping on top of my phone. So even if it went off, I'm not sure that it would have woken me up. I tried to FaceTime you, but some lady with a fuck ton of cats answered and then hung up quickly. Was it Michelle Pfeiffer or Halle Berry? No, too early. I know. Bloodbath and Beyond, a good buy. I mean, arguably the best buy it's ever been. That's just insulting, Zap. RC gets 3 members on the BBBY board, and the CEO got axed. Performance aside, that feels good to me. Am I crazy? I don't think so. Win Powell? Oh, he's gonna be ready to talk after like right after the GDP data, right? He's 1 o'clock. I can't see things right now. Hold on. Is that a 1? Yeah, 1 o'clock? I don't fucking know. Sounds good. Crude inventory, negative 2.76 million. Expected negative 136K. Yeah. Who's talking now? What? What time is it? What? Why the fuck do I feel like I'm in like a time machine? Do I have my economic data calendar set for the incorrect time period? Probably. You. Oh. Well, fucking A. Look at that. We understand better how little we understand inflation. Wait, did he actually say that? Are we officially in a recession? No, this is still Q1 data. But they're really gonna have to do some impressive revising to keep us out of one. Hey, at least the yeah, no, it's still garbage. Swiss francs strengthening. It's up to 95 cents per dollar. About to become the global reserve currency. Slept over at the Ascot Chick's place last night. Sometimes when you're ruining the American financial market and economy, you know, you just need to blow off some steam. Did you why we are pushing up, but we're still down, right? Thanks, fresh and free. I'm glad you're alive too, man. I bought Cat at the peak. Should I get losses? So you bought it when everyone was like, man, yeah, I just sold for like 20%. That's when you decided to buy in. I mean, you probably should have cut losses $11 ago. He actually said that their models never accounted for a supply shock. I mean, of course it didn't. BBBY lost a lot of cash, down to only 100 million now. Seems bearish as fuck if they can't sell baby soon. Yeah, they probably should have spent $1 billion buying back shares. They'll have to dilute if they can't sell their excess inventory. Interesting. Yeah, I see that. I had the economic calendar set to UTC instead of UTC -4. I was there for you and you neglected me. Shut up, alarm clock. Didn't I snooze you? Why? Do you know why we're pushing up? Probably like FTDs. I didn't even look at the fucking. I haven't even checked out the dicks this morning. I really don't want to look up. That hurts. I bought cat and then dumped it. Yeah, once it breaks through that lower resistance, it's probably gonna go tap the bottom one again. Internalization's up. Or utilization, same shit, basically. Call skews still kind of garbage. Volatility is down ticking again, 108. Few puts got sold off yesterday, but the put call ratio is still 0.62. Gamma flipped negative yesterday. Not by a lot, negative $171,000. Can you look at the SPY? Yeah, sure. It's kind of chopping. Is Powell's speech still going on or something? Oh, nice, Mikas. Does cheese and jelly make a sandwich? I suppose you could. Isn't that like chev and jam, but with extra bread? Tootsie Roll taking me to the moon very slowly. Bobby said you're their next CEO, that they fired theirs. Is this true? No. But if it was, I'd liquidate everything, make myself rich. Like Adam Aaron. That's Ascot Mommy, and you need to tell us how that was. She's French, and she's a financial genius. um, this doesn't look bullish. It looks boring. Hey, look at that. I'm gonna get another entry on these fucking puts. I want to go to the 125 strike. Did you sell 13 million shares of Bobby this morning? No, but maybe BlackRock did. My $5 CSPs for BBBY gonna get assigned. Maybe. What's it trading at? Yeah, it might. I think Kramer does his own quant work? No. You think Magcores even knows how? No. The charismatic frontman we need and sleep. Be the charismatic frontman we need. Christ. I think this is just some seller exhaustion. As liquidity bottomed out from yesterday. They might be dumping a little bit of internalization this morning. I need to look at the options flow. Question is, are we going to bounce back up to 126.70 and then get rejected? Come on. It's pretty bullish. Some sold puts. Calls and puts are about even. Interesting. 30-day expiration calls. Let's see here. So put a going up, color down. Delta strength dropping off. Ooh, what are our FTDs for today? This spicy? Should I prepare to file bankruptcy with BBBY? Maybe they turn it all around at the shareholders meeting, right? Let's see. Ooh, 5.9 million volume. Almost 6 million volume on the ETF FTD date. 2.2 million volume on the market maker FTD date. These are going to start overlapping for May OPEX in the next couple days. Yeah, FTDs are probably a little elevated. At least from synthetic share creation. Volume's abysmal, though. Of course, I'm still sleepy. I just woke up. Looks like people are holding their options. Diamond hands. FCC is recommending Apple and Google to ban TikTok. Bullish for Snap? Yeah, it could be. If they follow through with it, right? Did you talk to JFresh about new theory data? We talked about all kinds of shit. Love, life. The ennui that comes with being a quant in the pickle jar. Not been watching the market as I was arranging an operation for Friday. General anesthetic. Gonna be interesting trading that day. GME, what doing? Just doing a slow crawl back up. I know, Fidelity added VWAP. Thank you, Jean-Claude. Lots of stuff out of Philly. I'm seeing a little bit. I'm not seeing that much. But, I mean, there isn't that much on the chain, so. Yeah, Philly is already pumping, though. 1.6. Gotta clear those FTDs, right? Especially after they took that break yesterday. I mean, he's either got to double down or bail at this point, right? Liberty in the pursuit of dicks. Down 60% on BBBY. Is now the time to buy more? I'm thinking about it. Bullish for Facebook Insta. Yeah, it sounds better for like Instagram than it does for Snapchat, but I guess one less competitor is one less competitor. It's probably bullish for YouTube too, because they've been pushing shorts like crazy. 10-day put call ratio OI at 0.6, volume at 0.9. You explain for dum-dums? Puts have been coming in. That's all. I think after Friday, put OI doubled almost. Still not helping me with ticker selection though. Yeah, I mean it doesn't do a lot of that. Bullcats are incapable of feeling emotion. No way JFresh knows what love is. Well, that's why we were talking about it. I can't believe we've been doing this for over a year. Thanks for everything you do, rescuing us from super stink and putting up with us. My pleasure, a user. Thanks, man. When are we going long charm on GME again? I don't know. As soon as we start to see more colors in the spectrum. Thoughts on cat bought in on 5 minutes trap, looking like some downs. Cut losses now or might come back. I mean, if you bought enough time, you'll probably be okay. But it may move down to test the low resistance, which is in like the 170 range. It could bounce higher. It usually doesn't. There's a little bit of support at 182.01. So if it continues to recover here, because it's like basically right at the resistance, or we start to see a shift in trend back to the upside, that'll be ow. That'll be good. Borrow rate dropped a little more. Interesting. Didn't even look at that this morning. IBKR 9,000 shares available. Borrow rate down 32.5. That's what we're expecting. Slow though. Slow drop. I have a cost basis of 7 on Bobby. I'm even contemplating doubling down. See what the latter half of the day brings. Yeah. Mm, interesting. I'm pretty sure 95% of us are down 70% on BBBY. We're in this together. RC's little bag holders for life. Jesus, I'm so far behind on chat. Are you able to see if this is a true sell-off on Bobby or if it's a combination of shorting and selling off? It looks like an institutional sell-off. There's a lot of big institutional holders in Bobby, like millions of shares. Could be Vanguard or BlackRock bailing. This is a classic color Zama squeeze. We're moassing. If GDP news is bearish today, it already is. What level do you see the SPY falling to? I think sellers are a bit exhausted on the SPY after yesterday. I think that's why we're not seeing a bigger drop. We're just stabilizing at 380. Probably won't see a more sell-off till tomorrow. It could be made. That's what I said. That's what I was saying, C-Mill. There's resistance at 182. It hasn't acted as well, it has acted as a bounce in the past. We'll see if it does again. So a higher low. BBBY has 80 million shares outstanding. It's free floats, roughly what GME's is, with like insider ownership. RC tweet screams he's gonna hold the bag for us and buy in. Wait, didn't we just raise the risk-free compensation on GME? No, I guess it's not risk-free, but is it possible BBBY gets shorted into bankruptcy? I think it's unlikely. If you take the G from Gurk and add the ill from shill, you get Gil. Fucking ridiculous. Is it possible that RC Pulte is just RC in a Pulte mask? I don't think so. Spy 250, 520 end of year? No. I think we're gonna break down through VWAP here. Looks like they were covering something, either FTDs or some gamma imbalance from the early morning, and then I think they're done, given the volume starting to push in this direction. Thanks, Grizz. About 123 put near market open. Why are your entries always better than mine? I don't know. Don't buy options at market open. It's fucking IV's always spiked. So when the market opens and liquidity rushes in, right? IV spikes. So you're always, unless the stock's gonna move very strongly in the direction you want it to go, um, you're always gonna lose out buying your calls or any of your options at market open. It's better to wait for IV to calm down. Early morning people were worried. No, I'm alright. Nothing to worry about. Just overslept. Is HD heading back to its resistance of 280? It's bouncing a little bit. Higher low. Yeah, I mean, hmm. What day's SLD this month? The 20th? Hmm. Interesting. What's your forecast on Bobby? I mean, well, today's news looks like shit. I need to look at their earnings and see what's going on and what their deal with this fucking consulting group is. If you stop sleeping entirely, you'll never oversleep again. Good entry for AMC calls. What's AMC down to? So we were right. Yeah, it's starting to fall off after the Russell inclusion. Pretty hard. I don't know, maybe like $9 or something. A serious question with this earnings CEO out, RC tweet, and 3 board members. Odds on RC staging a hostile takeover at the shareholders meeting. It's possible, but he doesn't have majority control of the board. Any idea how much RC Ventures is down on the $80 call options? Who knows? They may have sold them. when the stock pumped. If I bought AMC, we haven't seen another 13F, right? Triple topped at 74 and pushed through, or do you think it would break down back to 67-ish? GIS? Ugh, General Mills. Fucking Lara bars. No, this looks pretty good. It's probably going to keep pushing up. It's on a hell of a run. Doesn't have a lot of volume traded over the resistance, but it's still trading quite a bit over the resistance. Resistance is here at like 73.24. And it triple top before failing. This isn't a triple top, right? This looks bullish as fuck. It'll probably fail, but who the fuck knows how high? I mean, these are all-time highs. So yeah, I just watch volume trends and watch like the 74, 74.50 levels for psychological resistance or support. Sherwin-Williams did 250 by earnings. It seems like free money when it dips under 220. Yeah, it has been in the past. I don't really know what's going on with paint right now. I haven't been digging into it, but their earnings seem to do very, very well for them. Martin Shkreli had an amazing time engaging AMC apes. I think it would be interesting for you to have some sort of interview talk with him. Yeah, that doesn't feel like a good look. I do think it's funny that he's like everyone's hero now, but are near in the money CCs a dumb idea right now for 7-8? Hmm. It's risky. If you're selling them in the money, you're selling them below the upper resistance, which is dangerous. Any thoughts on the JetBlue versus Frontier battle for the takeover buyout of Spirit Airlines? Not really, but people have been trying to play that for like a month and a half now, and everyone's gotten roasted on it. Lots of shortages in paint due to resin factories throwing out supplies that were ruined in the Texas freeze, combined with supply chain issues on raw materials, especially cobalt. Hmm. I wonder how much that's hurting their ability to manufacture, though, or if it's just bumping their sales because they can charge whatever the fuck they want. My mistake. AMD. Wait for it to break out of this downtrend. Yeah, I mean, I think AMD is going to be on a downtrend for a couple weeks. I mean, this is a very good price, right? But there's definitely not only a little room to the downside. Just going to be kind of a period of lower volume too, I think. Not that AMD ever trades low volume, but lower volume. Yeah, this is not bullish, and I don't think AMD is going to perform well in quarter 3 and quarter 4, even into the end of quarter 2. All that supply chain shit's going to start to catch up with all of them. We have a small account with Sherwin, 500K a year. They've been losing our business in the last quarter. Extreme issues with their accounting group. Seems understaffed. Interesting. Yeah, there's no new 13F for RC Ventures. I sold my GME shares out of my 401k at 142 and was waiting for sub 120 to buy back before July OPEX run. Today's action has me thinking about loading BBBY shares at these prices. Thoughts? I don't know. I don't know if RC is going to double down or not. It's a good question. So you get psychological resistances for funds that track the same index. I mean, the hold period on BBBY is longer. Sorry. Um, Undoubtedly longer. Right? It still hasn't seen an OPEX run, but GME didn't really either. The push it did see, it was shut down. But those puts expire on the 15th after the shareholder meeting. So either that position will be rolled forward and that negative gamma continued to be used to suppress the price. And there won't be any changes, or RC is going to double down. He's definitely in a crunch now on his positioning, right? Speaking of psychological resistances, for funds that track the same index, like SPY and Vanguard's VU, do you just use them independently, or you track them both? You can track both. I usually use them independently. Like, I don't really trade VU ever. It's not as liquid as SPY. Um, it's nice to just like hold, but I will say Vanguard's ETFs have been doing much better over the last like year. They're starting to they're really starting to become quite important in the ETF realm and encroaching on BlackRock's territory. But AMT data breach overblown. I haven't seen too much on that yet, so I'm not sure. I know you've gone over this before, but what's the reason GME can get delisted due to a fully DRS flow? NYSE liquidity requirements? Yeah. Has something similar ever happened? Very rarely. Micro cap companies. But yeah, there have been companies that have failed to meet the listing requirements for NYSE before that have been removed from the index. It happens every once in a while. It's usually like bullshit companies that no one's ever heard of because bigger companies trade a lot of volume, right? GameStop's not currently in any danger of that. I've been rolling my Bobby leaps all morning. Nice. It doesn't look like IV drop much. So let me get this clear. RC feels the same way how a majority of GME investors feel. They did to him exactly what he did to people when he released the shares. A little bit, yeah. Infrastructure, probably, yeah. Tired of waiting for RC. I doubled down for him. You wouldn't generally hold a leap through December before rolling it. Like if you're buying Jan leaps, you'd be targeting like August or something to roll. You made my day and give me 2 shout outs. By applying what I've learned here, my 401k is plus 19% year to date when everyone else's is down. Thanks as always, Pickle Brother. You got it, dude. Congratulations, by the way. When are you looking to re-enter Cat? I'm looking to see if it stabilizes and creates a floor here. It looks like it's starting to. Um, but we need some confirmation that it's not just gonna fail and fall back below 182. 182 is a resistance. It's just not a very strong one. But, you know, with time, it can build up more support at this level. So yeah, if it continues to build up support here, it looks like it could be a decent entry for more upside. But there's still quite a lot of room below it. So the risk is tight, which is good, but it's still a lot of risk. Because it can move back down to like 175, 174. RC's down something like 85% on his Bobby stock, right? He's down like 66%. I think his cost basis is like 13 something. 13 or 14. I'm thinking of DCA BBBY buying 4,500 shares at 5.2 will get me to a $6 cost basis. Thoughts? Very cheap. GME would release more shares before that ever happened. Yeah, most likely. RC can't win. Double down, meme manipulation. Don't double down. Why ain't he putting his money where his mouth is? We'll see. I mean, he only really has 2 choices right now, right? He needs to either sell out or he needs to double down and take control of the company. Unless he trusts what the board is doing, which somehow I doubt. Could you share your thoughts on wheat, please? It crawled up a little bit yesterday, right? And that's back down today. Having a lot of early morning volatility again. These are very decent entry prices if you want exposure to it. Commodities have been underperforming given our economic conditions. But you have to be patient with them. They take a long time. I mean, I'm still in BTU. I'm still in X. Um, I'm still in wheat. I have some aluminum. But you do have to wait for, demand to increase and supply to lower. And I'm pretty sure that the reports for the spring wheat harvest are still not in yet. They usually come in like beginning of July. So you're looking for like an early July move in wheat if spring harvests are shit. If they're good and supply is up, then that's when you would want to bail, right? Because that means that the summer supply is going to be even better. If the harvest is down and supply is down, that's going to create demand on wheat, which is going to cause speculation on wheat for the fall. And then, if speculation can get out of control and drive the price up. So that's really what you're waiting for, is a supply crunch that leads to over speculation. And the last run on wheat, the last significant run on wheat, it was simply over speculation, but the supply crunch wasn't there in actuality. Thoughts on Neo short seller report saying they're inflating revenue. Interesting. They might be. I'm sure that's what RC wants to do, is come on here and talk to you guys. No PR, no PR person worth their salt would ever let the CEO of their company on this show. Why do I fall for bull traps more often than thirst traps? Opportunity. Hey Girk, I have 500. Would you buy GME or Bobby? Thanks. It's up to you, man. I don't give a shit. Do your research. Cat dead? Not dead. It just rallied like $20 in the last 2 days. And you're like, yeah, it's not dead. It's probably falling back to its resistance. But we're trying to see right now if that resistance is going to be 182 or 170, 175. Sometimes just be patient instead of asking me if cat's dead. Wait. And if you bought time and you didn't sell when it ran up, um, then you have time, right? Since you roll entropy swap safe, asking for a friend, no competition. I'm gonna have a hard time getting those without an ISDA though. I'm waiting to enter a long position on BBY. Do you see more downside? I mean, we can only go down another $5. Seems like a great entry. I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about yesterday. Is they put in a bunch of puts last week at $6. Now that those are in the money, those are going to be used to try to hold Bobby under 6, right? Um, so it's going to be in this range. It may stay in this range. $2022, the year of the buyouts. Well, yeah, right. Everybody with like liquid cash on hand is going to be buying up everything that they can while it's cheap. Does Code have enough capital to double down or take control of Bobby? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw his tweet. If he takes control of the company, couldn't that cause a drop in GME since he has less time to focus on GME? He doesn't focus on GME. He's the chairman of the board. He's not the fucking CEO. He has no control over day-to-day operations on GameStop at all. What his decision with Bobby is gonna tell us a lot about who Ryan Cohen is as a person. Tesla dead? Yeah, looks like it. Good job, Carl. I don't know who the fuck's calling me. Um, Adam Aaron looking for his new role as CEO of BBBY. You're an hour behind in chat. I'm only 3 minutes behind. Your audience members known as the Picklers? No, we don't like labels. And last I heard, it was pickle lickers, not picklers. I have 2 million. Gurk, please give me financial advice. Go fuck yourself. um, Ukraine supplies half the world's sunflower oil. At this point, would any predicted shortages be priced in? To an extent, yeah. I just bought BBBY August $6 calls because I hate myself. You just had too many profits yesterday and you needed to get rid of them. Twin co-stream with Jamie Dimon. I mean, so me and him can talk about how shit crypto is. Literally never, Lambden. We're talking ourselves in circles, but he is either already sold or he will double down. I find it highly unlikely he cuts now. Yeah, well, we'll find out. RC better be a bag holder. Well, it's true he has no control over day-to-day activities. I have a feeling that he has a lot of influence over day-to-day operations. He might. He might not. He might be completely hands-off. I mean, that just depends on how much he trusts the people he hired, right? We have no idea the reality of it. And the fucking mess they have to clean up at GameStop is probably unimaginable. Bobby at current prices can be bought for 51% for like 200 million, but obviously the prices would rise a lot if one were trying to take up control in like one day. Oh yeah. I mean, that's not how they would buy in, right? I have $6 and that one guy has 3 Cheetos. What are we YOLOing? Astute observation. A gurkless market is big poo poo. Thank God there's no MOASS coming so we can keep hanging, laughing, and learning. Thanks for being the goat. Love you, mate. Thanks, Dominic. I appreciate it, dude. Gotta have some sweet tax deduction from BBBY loss once GME moons. Is it wrong that me and the rest of the poors would like to see you end Matt Core's duck credibility forever? He doesn't have any credibility. RC put in his letter to the BBBY board that he didn't have time because he was focused on GME. I don't think he said anything about GME in the letter to the BBBY board. Standstill allows for 19.9% of the company to be owned by RC Ventures. He couldn't go off grabbing 15.1% that easily based on the docs in place. Yeah, he can only buy up to 20% currently. I made 254 on my SPY put call plan from yesterday. What a headache to manage that all morning. Jimmy, July 500, same like free money? No. What price target would you like to see Jimmy get to in the next 3 to 5 years as they continue expanding their e-commerce and NFT marketplace? On the e-commerce side, I could see like a 2x increase in market cap. So like 30 billion. If they succeed, especially if they can corner that side of the market. The NFT marketplace could be years before it starts to really turn a significant profit. I guess you don't believe in the 4th of July MOASS. Well, the market's closed that day, so is that the next one? What about Bastille Day? We aren't seriously thinking that RC Ventures didn't hedge the downside once they saw where this thing was going, are we? Yeah, I don't think that's the case either, but we'll see. Quote, given that I'm the chairman of GameStop and overseeing a systematic transformation, I'm not in the position to join Bed Bath & Beyond's board and personally drive the initiatives outlined in this letter. Who does say it in the last sentence? This does not, however, mean that the RC Ventures will not seek to hold the board and management accountable if necessary. Well, I think it's beyond time to hold them accountable. MOASS will probably be on Canadian Independence Day, whenever that is. I see it, Satchel. Joke's on us. RC's the one with all the puts on Bobby. We suspected as much. It's good for him if he is. They're all in the money now. Hostile takeover, same like accountability. Could be. We'll see at the annual meeting, yeah. I need to win the lotto or hit up an armored truck. Which one do you think is more likely? Neither, DGen. RC just shorted the BBBY CEO into oblivion. He'll slide in and appoint DFE and launch the. Oh Jesus, it's too much opium. I don't want to read it. I just had my mid-year review for my job. My boss told me I'm sometimes too passionate. Time for a new role. That sounds like a nice way of saying that you're a little off. No problem, man. Go watch The Town, then hit an armored truck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't do that. You'll get shot. Think we're going to see under 110 again? It's possible, but it would require probably a very steep downturn in the overall market. I think JFresh was just teasing you guys. Too passionate? Become a gigolo. I don't I don't really know if you want to be passionate as a gigolo. Probably dispassionate. I hate it when people call the lottery the lotto. It's like fingernails on a blackboard, much like when people call Bloomingdale's bloomies. Hmm. But do you buy your bloomers at Bloomies, a user? We need an RC buying for Bobby to boost us up to 20 so I can dump my bags. Yeah, I'm sure he's aware of that. I'd be too high to enter a put position, right? I don't know. For GameStop? Kind of kind of missed the window on that one, no? California lottery is called Lotto. Yeah. Oh man, my allergies are fucking acting up like crazy today. Oh. I hate it when people call lawyers lawyers. Fair. Jimmy moving against the SPY since 1125-ish and moving down harder now with it. Yeah, they're pushing a little bit. You can see the uptick in volume to the downside. What's the most espresso shots you've taken down at once? Oh, like 12 or 13. It was I had a free drink at Starbucks and the guy was like, "You can get anything." And I was like, "How many shots can you fit in a venti cup?" And this was before the Trenta cup. Um but you got a lot of shots in there, you know. No, it's fine. Caffeine doesn't really make me jittery. I hate it when people pronounce GIF as GIF. Do you say GIF? You're one of those douchebags. You're such a maverick. Thanks, Vesture. If you like honey, local honey really helps with allergies. Again, I live in New York City. I'm not eating local honey. I have 6 shots every morning. Yeah, I usually have about 4, but I should probably have like 8. Well, there was ice in it, Noah. The inventor of .gif stated it was pronounced GIF. I think he was just trolling people. You think Ryan Cohen's gonna buy Bobby? No, but I think you might. How do you say giant? Giant? Is there another way to pronounce that? Giant? Do people say that? No, that can't be a real thing. I hate it when people are from New Jersey. Fair. Boom. Now say GIF. Okay. G is for graphics, not graphics. uh, how would you pronounce Kincaid? I don't want to do the pronunciation thing all day. You think they will run GME with the release of the NFT marketplace as a bullish news cover? No, the announcement's already been made, remember? How likely is it that we have half a day on Friday? Friday's a holiday, isn't it? No, not this Friday. Next Friday? When's the holiday?
No, Monday's the holiday, right? I think markets closed Monday. I don't think it's a half day on Friday though. Yeah, Monday's the holiday. Half day for poors. Ryan Cohen moved the shareholders meeting. The Pickle Financial subreddit is speculating that you're a single mom. Would you like to comment? No. My boss is Indian and he can't handle me being an American beefcake. Passion doesn't jive with Buddha, I guess. Anywho, you got it right. I'm a bit off. I can see that fresh and free. He's probably not Buddhist. God, there's so much to unpack there. I'm best of luck to you, man. RC didn't realize he was buying a company. He thought he was buying Bobby Brown so he could add him as a hip hop. Where's the fucking chat? Hip hop memorabilia collection that includes a secret Wu-Tang album. Oh, Jesus Christ. Daddy does sim for attractive, stressed out single moms in their late 20s to 30s. Interesting. Starting my new job at Fidelity and securities lending starts Tuesday. Wondering if I could legally provide info that may be necessary to the quants. Probably not legally, AC. Do you want to be our spy? Today, the Bobby board announced that upcoming shareholders meeting will be renamed Bagholders Meeting in solidarity with their investors. See, if I was running a company, I would do shit like that. This would be funny. Would you spend on a spy drop with Vix calls or spy puts? Probably spy puts. Cancel your pigeon well, my guy. Oh, it's too late. I'm already subscribed for this month. Are we sure RC bought BBBY? Could have easily been Kenny in a Scooby Doo style mask just for the pump and dump. That's not how that works. I work at Citadel. What do you want to know? Hmm. Yeah, it's not real, right? Honest answer whether or not Tootsie Roll is undervalued. I haven't eaten one since I was 5. Do 5-year-olds still eat Tootsie Rolls? Isn't it just like chocolate flavored corn syrup nuggets? Spy finding some weakish legs. I mean, I like that it's stabilizing, but we have more economic data coming tomorrow, right? We have the personal income and personal spending tomorrow morning. Jobless claims, PCE, Chicago PMI. Yeah, that doesn't look super promising. I'm surprised we haven't seen a bigger sell-off with Powell admitting he doesn't understand inflation. That's Mr. Corn Syrup Nugget to you. Cancel your Pigeon Whale, then gift people in chat a Pigeon Whale membership, but then time them out on the Discord for 30 days. I think I'm gonna gift when given the option, I think I'm gonna gift Pigeon Whale to like the staunchest pores to ruin their credibility, right? Like the ones that are always revolting in the name of the pores. I'll gift them Pigeon Whale, thus ruining their credibility in the eyes of other pores. So the game continues. It will all be good news. I mean, I was right to be bearish on it in the short term, right? It's now down to 77 and still continuing to drop. Year-over-year growth at 36% in quarter one, only 7.5 million in long-term debt. Forward PE at 33.88. It's pretty impressive, actually. How's the liquidity? You think he'll make another entry on Cat since it bounced off 182? It's looking better. It can still fail. It hasn't shifted trend yet. This is still bearish. I nominate emergency exit. Gross. That's like a poor winning the lottery and then trying to hang out with old money. The content creator will not be able to directly gift a subscription? What? Why? That's ridiculous. So I set up this LLC to gift myself members for nothing? What a hassle. California will send inflation checks to solve the inflation problem. I mean, if they send everyone $1,000, that covers what, $10,000 of inflated expenses? So gift a person pigeon whale so you can make fun of them for paper handing pigeon whale. Exactly. Hey Gork, when you said AMD under 100, same like free, you meant AMD same like certain puts, yeah? No. Did I miss GDP? Are we in a recession or not? Not yet, no. It's the final report for quarter one. We're still in quarter two. I haven't gotten to the point in my trading where instead of typing my questions to you, I think about it, apply what I know, and just forget what the question was so I can't ask. Nice. BBBY, the slowest uptrend ever. Like watching molasses in January. Fucking Christ. $20 million volume today, though. So, no FTDs. If everyone can be a pigeon whale, no one can be. Fair point. Too tempting. Sold 125 GME at 121.50. I'm trying to sell BBY $5 puts for a 25-cent premium. Man, that seems like a terrible deployment of capital. I guess if you really want BBBY, but you see a better entry on CAT in the near future. If it slips the resistance, it can go down to like 175. Give me a pigeon whale so I can bankrupt myself playing picks poorly some more. And because you're able to cut out the middleman, Google wants their cut. Oh, I see. Gift a man a pigeon whale. He lords over others for a month. Teach a man to trade options, and he loses half his port and blames you. Yeah, well, basically. You saw, I saw a great RGME post last night. He was saying a realtor reached out to him from a year ago asking if he was interested, and somehow connected that to the proof that the housing market is crashing. Sounds like a genius. If you made a risk management video on school stock, you wouldn't need to gift pigeon whale. I made a risk management video yesterday. I DM'd you a chart. Ooh, what's going on there? Hold on. Hold on. Hmm. Did they split? Or do a special dividend? It's not even 1,000 per person. Oh, Jesus. All that extra liquidity and the shorts didn't even fucking bail. It's compelling. Wonder if anyone's making a market for this. Can I buy at the mid? Oh shit. Interesting. Jesus, I can manipulate the price of my option up. Curious. I'm gonna bag hold that for a little while. So I just cleared the bid. Let's see if I can buy one at, so 50 cents over 3.85 or 2.85. 2.8. This is fun. Modify. Hmm. Be careful, you might pump and dump TR in your experimentation. Did you find some arbitrage or something? I mean, not to my benefit. Ooh. What's so tempting about TR for you? I like what's going on right now. Very interesting peak in liquidity. $103 to 100 in March. 2 months later, it goes nuts. T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3 days later. You want to do some more digging, Dork? What ETFs is TR in? Check DMs. I saw this last night. That was some funny shit. This is why we don't love you. Do you even know how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? 680 so far. I just spent more money on Tootsie Roll options than I've ever spent on any of their products. There's some fucking weird shit going on with this options chain, though. Who the fuck is pricing this thing? Oh, I'm sorry, Twin Peaks. Can confirm all my losses are Kirk's fault. Thanks, man. The full bull if we hit 116? No. At what price do you recommend buying CSPs or calls? I mean, I think we're gonna go down more over the next few days. Which options chain was weird? Tootsie Roll? Thoughts on the outlook of X for the remainder of the year? I know there's been some weird pricing issues with the refineries, but I think it's bottomed back out again. I wonder if I should average down more here. I still think there's going to be a demand on steel, especially once the infrastructure bill shit kicks in. And I'm hoping that that demand outweighs the down pricing that's been going on. If it doesn't, I guess it could continue to slip. I think a lot of its initial pump was driven by fears from, Russia. And then also the market was tanking, right? But if the market downturns, commodities are going to be a lot more attractive of an investment. So right now, probably a good opportunity for me to average down more. I'm much more invested into coal right now, but at these prices, I may buy more X. Interesting. Hmm. problem is I don't want to hold anything else that long. Fuck. Access closing mills? When? I think some of the construction projects are slated to start later this year. Did JFresh make a post or is it in Discord somewhere? About what? Closing mills, converting some to pig iron production. Okay, I mean, that's expensive. I saw a tweet saying the SPY normally has a run up about a week before the end of each calendar month, followed by a pretty big drop within 2 weeks. SPY likely dropping mid-July. Yeah, for SLD. The thing we've been trading on the SPY for a year. Sounds like that Twitter guy's really ahead of the pack. They're using coal to melt the iron ore for pig iron. BTU calls? I already have a shitload of BTU. Long-time listener, first-time commenter. Are PS5s same like commodities? I don't know. Are they still hard to get? Bag holders meeting still 2 weeks away. I'm thinking about buying more BBBY. I'm still not sure yet. Buying shares or calls on BTU? Shares. I've been buying shares like 20 and sub 20 for the last 2 months. I have leaps on it also, but probably a larger options position or a larger share position rather. I think you just pumped TR. When do I dump? Hold on. There's interesting things. My August $6 calls are up like $4. Best trader of the generation. Congratulations, popcorn trader. What's holding you back from buying more BBBY? I already have a lot of it. I just rolled forward my August into leaps yesterday. You're buying SPY puts closer to 1? No. Probably not buying any SPY puts today. What makes shares greater than leaps for BTU, or is that just a personal choice? I think they pay a dividend. I might be wrong. No, they're not paying a dividend. Are they? No. No dividend. I bought shares because a lot of the hit they've taken recently is because of their Australian operation. It's kind of just sucking up cash. But once it's up and running, it's gonna like almost double their output. So now that they've gotten over the regulatory hurdles, it's kind of just sucking up cash, which is hurting their EPS. But I think like moving into Q3 and Q4, they're going to start to see some of the production come in from those mines, and I think it's going to be very, very valuable. That and increased demand on coal, especially with the war continuing in Russia. They're running Jimmy because they need us to stop talking about Tootsie Roll. You guys buying BBBY now, or is this thing just going bankrupt? Feels bad with my $10 average. You gotta learn to hold shit, man, if you're feeling bad when you're down $5 a share. If you, what is it Buffett says? If you can't hold through a 50% loss, you shouldn't be investing. Is there still a bull case for BBBY? If so, is there potential for GME late 2020 to early 2021 type price movement? Maybe. I mean, the call chain's still fucking stacked. This is gonna shed some of it, though. Are you still holding Best Buy puts? I've been playing the past few weeks. I have some decent money on it so far, but wondering what your thoughts are. I'm running low on Theta. I'm still about 50 cents north of my break even. Man, I probably could have gotten out this morning. I think it's going to continue down. It doesn't look good, right? Probably target. I don't think it's going to fall $6 that fast. Maybe like 64, 63. So I get out with an okay profit. Right now I'm negative like 2%, which is frustrating. But that's because of theta decay. I mean, my puts are still at $70. I could roll forward, stay at the same strike. I don't know if that's worthwhile, though. Hmm. The downtrend looks like it's going to continue, at least for now. Another good breakdown like yesterday though, and I think I'll be in a good place to sell. So I'll probably hold through to the end of this week, and then I'll either roll forward or I'll close it out. What a fucking slow grind though. Especially after their shit earnings, which should have just tanked the price. He says bussin' when sus and sus when bussin'. Are you still holding BBBY or BBY? Yeah. Ghosted you on TR. August 19 in the money, 35 calls, immediately down 23%. Clearly I know what I'm doing. Yeah, you shouldn't have fucked with that. Walk-in. Jesus Christ. I was just buying them to see if the market maker was hedging and if the market maker was filling orders, which they are, which is interesting. That means somebody wants to create a market for it. There's just no demand. Can you look at the dicks on TR? Yeah, absolutely. If you think for a second, Dork, that I'm gonna miss an opportunity to check out some dicks, you're wrong. Ooh. No. It's not on here. Well, 2 of the 11 call orders today are mine. It's good to know I got filled through Amex. I represent personally 12.8% of the call volume on Tootsie Roll today. Which looks like it was immediately hedged with one put at $5. This is very interesting. I also flipped the gamma positive. This is too funny. My buy order represents the largest amount of unbalanced delta in the Tootsie Roll chain today. Interesting. How many shares outstanding do they have? I've never seen that before. The IV smiles like inverted past the $40 strike. So IV is lower on $50 calls than it is on at the money calls. What the fuck? Oh, this is getting interesting. We need to dig into this a little more, Dork. IJR and IWM are the two biggest. I can't do T plus math. Double weight to IJR. So they're getting liquidity out of the index. What's their dividend? $10.8. Declaration date 6/7. Ex-dividend date 6/17. Payment date 7/6. Interesting. Look up the FTDs on that for last month. $37.87 million shares outstanding. Now you can get the Tootsie Roll CEO on stream for an interview. Maybe. That makes no sense, right? Yeah, the December calls are like the IVs like higher at the money and then lower out of the money. Tootsie Rolls' packaging and manufacturing costs are going way up. Sounds like they're going to have to charge more for their stupid candy. Kirk typing up a letter to the board as we speak. My letter to the board would be, hey guys, I'm here for the squeeze. I'm not seeing anything that shows potential upside. Big DM. Dude. 70% SI. Ooh. Fucking reported? Wait, this isn't 70% SI. This is 70% short interest per day. Like short volume. Motherfuckers. Trying to kill Tootsie Roll. Let me check what the actual SI is. Like the reported SI. Oh, why is that so zoomed in? Oh, fuck off. There's no fucking institutional owners. Zero shares available as of 10/5. There haven't been any shares available to short since October. Official short interest. It says there's only 1.4 thousand shares shorted. 0.01% of the float. But why are there no shares available then? Oh, this isn't the right company, right? Hold on. For some reason, it's like taking me to different. When I clicked on short interest, it took me to a different stock. Here we go. Off exchange short volume ratio. Short interest 8% of the float. Short volume 70%. Oh, here we go. 200,000 shares available to short. Short borrow fee 0.37. Short volume ratio 70%. Fails to deliver. Pretty low. 1.5 million shares of short interest. It's been going down pretty steadily since January last year. Funds disclosing short positions: Citadel Advisors, Simplex, and Peak 6. Short sale transactions in the last 7 days. Small traders. Citadel Advisors reporting short 7,000 shares. Pro equity short close positions, new position, but reporting 0 shares. What the fuck? 5.9. Insider trades. None. Fucking no one's moving shit. Insider purchase. Gordon Ellen purchased 53,000 shares on 6/12 2016. Jesus. No one's bought anything in a while. Insider ownership's 14%. Retail ownership? Nothing. Institutional owners. BlackRock. BlackRock's got like a 3 million share position, almost 10% of the float. 7.7%. Russell 2000 covered call ETF just bought 4,000 shares. BlackRock Allspring Global Investment Holdings has 2 million shares. And then Vanguard with 1.7 million. IJR 1.2 million. Dimension 763,000. Wells Fargo, State Street, IWM. Interesting. Financials are solid. Just call your boss and ask him what he's doing with TR. No one's needing to buy it or sell it to redeem IJR shares. And that's a bit weird. I feel like they make more products besides just Tootsie Rolls, right? God, their website looks like an Etsy store. They make Junior Mints, Andes. Is this our C's candy? They make the Charleston Chew, which is phenomenal. I don't think anybody can deny that. They make a bunch of candy I don't think anyone actually eats. Like, not since the 50s. But they do well. Ooh, I wish I could get a Bloomberg report on this. I wonder how many fucking employees have shares locked up. Sugar Daddy and Sugar Baby. Hmm. Wait, those candies are sold in movie theaters. Yeah. CEO owns 63% of the company. Yeah, it's a family-owned business. Easy doing well when you're selling gelatin and sugar with a 10,000% markup. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Thoughts something like 74% of TR shares are held by insiders. Most useful I've ever made a milestone chat. Thanks, Acer. Yeah, there's a lot of insider lockup. Inverse head and shoulders on the 10-second chart spy. What the fuck? Yeah, spy looks good. What's up, Johnny? Under 700 is like when the war started months ago. I think it's gonna keep coming down back to the bottom of the trend after the rally. I don't have my Tesla chart over here, but there's like two lower resistances. There's a little bit of support where it's at now, but not much. It's already falling through. So probably back towards like 600. Fucking Bury early again. Would November calls on TR capture the Halloween sales bump? Maybe, yeah. Seasonality. Seems to do okay in October. Cody Shanks, summer consultant at Boston Consulting Group. Hmm. There's a December chain. Are we waiting on a meeting today? No, Powell already spoke. It's all over. All the excitement for today is done. It looks like it might break up a little bit. Or it's going to fail the second shoulder. Oh, it's failing. Yeah, I know it looks like a dick. You're not even an excited one. Yeah, I wouldn't YOLO into TR, but there's some interesting shit there. I just bought options because I was trying to see if someone was making a market for it or not. Yeah, they filled. They filled quick too. Not only do they fill quick, they filled below mid. Your ability to flip the gamma with 2 options makes me think bigly. Yeah, right? Like my buy order flipped the gamma for the day. It's super fucking compelling. But caution, right? Midday update. Thanks, JFresh. Looks like put selling is off the story today, with about 30,000 shorts starting around 11 a.m. and rolling in throughout the day. This thing is fucking dry. Ugh. Yeah, it's pretty dry right now. Thanks, Fluffy. Recovery. Well, if it's gonna bounce, here's its chance to break out. 380s. Fuck, I don't love them. These are 0 DTEs. I get a fill at $90. Yeah, I know they expire today. Ooh, I did. Nope, dead. Have you entered cat calls for August yet? No, but I do like the stability here. You'd shed some light on some 1s and 2s on the ask side of the order book. They're small orders. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Watching Astro or something? Algorithms set limit sells, right? And limit buys in order to stabilize price action. And then they can inflate those numbers if volatility picks up. So 1s will become 100s, right? They just modify the order. Tootsie Roll doubled during the Jan sneeze. Yeah, it did. It's the MMs talking to each other. Because they don't have phones. You have a price target on cat yet? To the upside? I mean, no, it hit my limit yesterday. I sold. Um I'll buy back in when it looks good, which isn't quite yet. During a split dividend, lenders do not recall what happens to the people whose shares they lent. If lenders do not recall, what happens to the people whose shares they lent? I mean, the lender just provides the shares to, like, if a brokerage is lending shares, they would provide the shares regardless of if they recall or not. So BBY replaced a BCG with BRG. That's cool, innovative. Said no one ever. Is TR going to be a pickles pick? I don't know about that. He was ousted. He didn't quit. Interesting. It's been about a year since I've seen this many ones on the ask side. They just have no reason to set larger orders here at 2157. They can adjust these in like fractions of a second. It's in order to keep the order, it keeps the order book from jumping, right? And creates stability and reduces volatility. They're not utilizing ones. It has nothing to do with that. If we're going to get a split dividend, when is it most likely to come? When the price of GameStop is higher? 378.50, that is. Oh. Yeah, SPY looks pretty bearish. I would say back to 378, but maybe not today. It's not moving down fast today. Maybe I should buy some puts. July 1st? July 1st. 378. Three of these? Nice fill on the uptick. Yeah, we'll see. Let's swing that for a couple days. The cat is saying we're not really dropping below 120 before OPEX. Do you agree with him? I think they can grind us down below 120. I agree that the liquidity is very, very low. We're already at 120 now. I mean, JPEG warming up the money printer after his little speech. If August BBBY calls expire worthless, I'm returning all of my towels, even the ones I didn't get from there. Did you actually buy towels from them? If we hit 160 today, I'm going to send you a 120 milliliter bottle of my favorite juice. Them apples from Effervescence Vapors. Just set up a P.O. box. Seems like a lot of work. What do you use to gauge stocks liquidity? Stuff. What makes GME more illiquid than other stocks with similar share counts? Ownership. You can also see the illiquidity in the bid ask because of the spread. What I said is it would be hard to keep us under 120 for a long time. That sounds more accurate. I love it when people play telephone and like I read Like people saying what me and you and Dork have said, and it's not what we've said at all. They've just made up an entirely new thing and they're just like attributing it to us. Gert 2022. TR is the real MOASS. The quants are shills. So are you, Carl. You said yesterday that you were still looking for high volume shorting. Is that something you're still looking for? I'm looking for liquid shorting. Not, it doesn't have to be high volume. And Carl for ban? I bought Brim's movie theater popcorn at the dollar store. So in essence, I shorted AMC. Did you pick up some Tootsie Rolls while you were there? So I sold all my Bobby calls yesterday morning and bought new $5 leaps today. Am I doing this right? Yeah. Yeah, if you want to extend the time frame on your position. Oh, look, trades happened on TR. Well, they got to hedge my calls now, right? When you say BBBY leaps, are you referring to Jan 2023s? Yeah, that's the leap contract. I think 24s are open too, but they have a lot less interest. Yeah, the OI out in January of 24 is not very high. A little bit at the $30 strike. Weird gap there. $5 and $8. We anticipating economic data today. What did I miss? It already came in. GDP finalized in the negative. Powell had a speech about how he didn't know anything about inflation. You know, the usual bullshit. The market's chopping. I think waiting for more economic data to come in, honestly. If bid ask is wide, that means a liquid. Usually, yeah. Like when you said BBBY was cheap under 20. I mean, to be fair, at the time when I said BBBY was cheap under 20, it then went to 35 or 28, and then no one sold. And then it ran up again that Friday, and no one sold their calls. So if you're waiting for something to really happen on it, then it's probably going to take some time. But that's what you do, right? You DCA. Price keeps dropping, you buy more. Or RC sells, fucks us all. Modded Dan, you coward. Never. I got some of their other candies. Nice. Jimmy looks like it's ready to explode. No, it doesn't. But thanks. We should all go in some TR calls and see what happens. Probably shouldn't do that. That sounds very risky. And to be fair, it's cheap now. Yeah, it's still very cheap, below 20. If this entire channel you'll listen to TR, I think we could move the price. I mean, we definitely could, but that's not really the point, right? We need to see if someone else is going to move the price. You don't want to be the one pumping your own bullshit. I was just trying to ask for his opinion in a less confusing way. I like when you guys disagree. Way more fun. Yeah, that doesn't really happen very often, though. We're usually on mostly the same page. Can you see a small bump at end of day to re-enter put positions? I don't really like buying puts now at this price. Maybe? Yeah. Yeah, puts at this price are kind of risky. TR is not a pickles pick. We're usually wrong in precisely the same way. Yeah. Wasn't the NFT marketplace supposed to launch before the end of the second quarter? Yeah. There's the end of the second quarter is in July. Batty McBadface. Can you tell us how you can tell whether an MM is hedging or not? How you can tell whether an MM is hedging? Buy volume in reaction to the options chain? You mean on Tootsie Roll? Because it's super illiquid. So like the options chain's completely dead. So you can just see the hedge come in. There's no other fucking orders. RC also gives fake dates because you know to throw off hedges. Yeah, for sure. I have 7-8 380 spy puts I got yesterday. Still up about 40%, but do you see more downside through the end of the week? It's possible, yeah. Some big economic data tomorrow morning with the personal spending and stuff. Why mini open contracts BBY Jan 23 $20 calls? Why? Because people are betting that it'll go above $20 by January 2023. This morning I was down 92% on my 715 $40 TR calls. I just now was able to sell them for a minor profit. Thank you and good luck. Thank you so much, Drive Valerian. Happy to carry your bags. What TR calls? I just bought like 2 at 35 because I wanted to see if they would fill. Sean, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishad, man. Where's AMC Gex for Monday? Ask in case it'll little boost to GME. Should be resolved today, depending on how much gamma exposure there actually is. I don't think it'll boost GME though. Here we go. Here we go. Tootsie Roll. Just make that Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll? Yeah, come on, Tootsie Roll. Let me see that Tootsie Roll. Get off the floor, flow, Tootsie Roll, and make that Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll. Thank you so much, Mighty Potato, for the Tootsie Roll song. Classy. We're absolutely reverse ripping. Jesus Christ, the cat questions every 5 fucking seconds. Draw some support lines. Yeah, it's finding some support. Home Depot's looking pretty good, actually. But I wouldn't target out of the money strikes on this. Because another move up could just get rejected. There's absolutely resistance at the like 280 mark, which is what you'd be targeting. Look how hard the sell-off was on the test of 285. High or low, though? 275s for August? Jesus, those are expensive. Life 15's not far enough, I don't think. Maybe it is. Negative 0.23. 30 DTEs. Kind of illiquid, though. Buy slip. Fuck, that's gonna drag it down. Just re-enter in a minute. All right. RC tweet post on Reddit, front page, top comments explaining Bobby's situation. Can FOMO save us? And bag hold Bobby boy. I mean, no, I don't think FOMO will save us, but if RC doubles his position, sure. Spyfield view op hard. Yeah. It's continuing to drive down too. Long HD, short spy, same like fucking myself. Did you really think TR is a good play? I heard cotton candy was sweet as gold too. It's interesting. I don't know if it's a good play, but it's interesting how illiquid it is. Please put my Bobby bags. Highcroft mining going to the moon when they strike gold. Okay. Any idea what caused the sudden moves up in GME price the last 2 afternoons? Lots of call buying. Probably hedging out the earlier shorting in the day. Since your rule bought a gold mine, do you think it would turn around the business model? I mean, their business model is pretty fucking successful. Like, I'm surprised how well their financials are doing given the product they sell. But you know, like fucking Pez is still in business, and that doesn't make sense either, right? Yeah, I'll try to remember that, Glivora. Any idea what caused the sudden move up? Oh, okay. I'm starting to think the stock is manipulated. Yeah. When does the economic news start to come out tomorrow? Pre-market? Yeah, that's why I bought the puts today. I might buy some more too. It's simple to make cheap candy for a big market. Yeah, I know. But who the fuck's buying the candy, right? That's my question. Spy puts, yeah. What's interesting is HD isn't really tracking the SPY right now. It's keeping its uptrend a little bit. If the SPY bounces here, it just still looks so fucking weak though. I'm starting to think I'm a better trader than Moonwind. Probably. We need Gherkface over Tootsie Pop Owl for stream card. 1, 2, 3 licks. 3 licks. Americans are buying candy. None of us buy that shit though. Like, I don't think you can probably find a single person in here who has fucking Tootsie Roll products in their home. Well, except for Fluffiosa, but that's just because he went and bought a bunch. I don't buy a bag of vanilla flavored Tootsie Rolls just last week from the family from Walmart. Really? Bear flag? On the spy? On both, really. They're bear flags that they've already broken down. Any thoughts on position calls for July OPEX now while Ivy is low? Would Gen 23,200 be out of the money enough to be relatively insensitive to the price drop? A little bit. How much delta is packed into those? Those are pretty high delta. Yeah, I mean, those aren't going to be too insensitive to the price drop. The delta doesn't really fall off in January till like 590. So like the 600s have very, very low delta. 600 and up. Those are going to be mostly insensitive to changes in the price of the underlying. But yeah, the 200s are 0.35 delta. These are going to be very sensitive. Boomers love Tootsie Rolls. Is that true? My girlfriend likes Junior Mints in the freezer. What the fuck is going on here? Farmers buy a lot of candies and rejected ones for feeds? Oh, that's disgusting. What do you think about answering GME calls on this downtrend? I mean, I will eventually. The Poors have a saying, Tootsie Roll, it's what's for dinner. Tootsie Roll also makes Junior Mints and Sugar Daddies. Yeah, I know. Jesus, it's so weird. Some volume on the 550 weekly. Ah. I know a lot of chat as cashiers at gas stations. What say the boots on the ground? Tootsie Rolls are corn syrup. Feeding cattle candy is just giving them more condensed corn. I guess. It's still gross, though. Kind of fucked up. TR has these weird price spikes every few years. Yeah. But, like, who the fuck is short on it? Like, their rate of growth since 2008 is just so fucking consistent. The last time they had a really volatile spike was like 2008. And it kind of looks like if you're willing to hold it for a year and you buy it a decent price, it's just like a value boomer stock. Yeah, they shot up during the market crash in '08. It went from like $15 a share up to 23 a share. Even the backlash only dropped it to 12. Like it's kind of recession proof. The COVID crash, it went from 37 to 29 and then immediately back up to 36. Weird. It ran hard in December. Pretty hard in March. Hmm. Nice turnaround on the SPY here. What's the beta on TR? Let's see if I can find it. Hmm. Hmm. TR. Slow growth. It's negative 0.01. So just slightly negative. Can we make a temporarily a BBBY channel? No. Just seems like there's a lot of interest under $30. Our growth rate's really slow, but it's consistent. It's consistent as shit. I wonder how much fucking cash they're sitting on. I'm seeing them now. Reasonably large buy on 550 weeklies for Bobby. That's not necessarily indicative of anything, though. Should I bail on Robert? Who's Robert? AC workers on strike? Where? Someone say negative beta? It does have negative beta. This is a Tootsie Roll channel now? No. I had to do my actual job. Worth holding? Yeah, probably. It's starting to build up some support in the 180 range. The problem is it could slip lower. So you can cut the loss or prepare to average down. Should I bail on GME? I don't care. AC? Like Atlantic City? If you had not invested $1 into BBBY, how would you view it today and what would you do, honestly? I probably wouldn't do shit with it. I probably wouldn't buy or sell it. I would wait for news and then buy. But given that I'm already in it, I should probably take advantage of the opportunity to average down. You still have your covered calls? Yeah. The ones I sold yesterday? Man, fucking Home Depot is really just having a hard time with 275. Why is it so fucking choppy today? Cot's still holding that floor at 182. Tesla finding some support at 666. GME still trying to break down below 120. Is everything choppy until JPM rolls their collar? I mean, JPM's collar is not the only position in the market. It's a big one, but it's definitely not the only one. We all find support from the devil. What do you think about selling CSPs on AMD? Prices are very low right now, but there's too much risk of dropping even lower with the market and economic news. Yeah, there's definitely a risk that it moves back into that like low 70 range. I wouldn't be surprised if by like end of the year we see a return back to like 74. And if there's, you know, an actual crash back to the like high 50s range. $60 CSPs. I mean, not a great price. October, not bad. Buy shares for 67. They're 57, 64. The returns on them is kind of shitty. I don't, my biggest problem here is I really don't like selling CSPs into the downtrend. I'd much rather wait for it to like hit 60 and then sell 55s or 59s or whatever at a higher premium. Should I buy 100 shares of Bobby so I can sell CCs, or should I invest elsewhere since I have limited capital? Here's the problem with cover call. It's going to take you a very long time to make back your initial $500 selling cover calls, because cover calls on Bobby, like calls on Bobby, are being priced down, right? So they're not worth shit. So you make like $25 a week off your $500 investment. It's not terrible, but there's better places to put your money. Is everything choppy till JPM rolls their collar? I was already asking that. In before massive spike in Tootsie Roll FTDs due to your 2-call buy-in. I got him in the money too, Dork. Docu dead? Sure. Should be about as dead as GME. At least back to 55 in the short term. They're just beating the shit out of that stock. Jimmy dropping $15 in 2 days and Ivy drops with it. Is that normal? That's the goal, right? That's why you can't buy like out of the money puts on the drops on GME. You need to be really close to the money because they grind down the IV simultaneously. You get a chance to read the SSD about swaps and speculation about RC and Kenny battling to blow up, maintain the position. Shares outstanding, DD. I've seen them, yeah. Fucking nonsense. Making fine returns selling BBBY CCs. Sell them long dated on spikes. Sure, but I mean, the profits are just shitty. And you have to get a spike, right? No, I didn't sell my Bobby shares. If I want to add to my BBY position, would near in the money CSPs be a good idea? Say July 15 550s. If assigned cost basis 467. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because you save money. Even a little bit of extra savings is worth it if you want to buy more by selling CSPs. Do you think Bobby go bankrupt? No, not anytime soon. The problem is that they're going to be able to get out of their debt without liquidating their stock. I mean, RC needs to shit or get off the pot, right? So we'll see what he does. If GME is Jimmy and BBBY is Bobby, can TR be Tyrone? Sure. At these prices, why not Trisha? At these prices, why on earth would you dilute to pay down that debt? I agree. I mean, it's already low enough that I don't think they could raise significant money. If they were going to dilute, they should have done it when it was trading at fucking $38. Fair enough, dork. RC waiting for another 20% coupon. If BBBY goes bad, how much would you lose? Like 40 grand. We can write it off though. It's not a big deal. That's the problem, is they just did a fucking share buyback with like $1 billion in cash instead of just paying off their fucking debt. So they bought back their shares at a way higher price. It's not an insignificant number, but not terrible. Yeah, it's not the worst. HD at the 275 test. Is it just gonna get fucking rejected again? This looks good, actually. Finally. SPY must be pushing back up. Yeah. SPY gonna get rejected on fucking VWAP again? New order. I want one more of these, right? If HD doesn't get some volume here, I think I'm gonna bail on these calls while they're 5% up. Can AMC drop faster? I said the puts on it were garbage. It doesn't move down fast, right? Because they're crushing IVs, same like GME. But the notional range of movement is garbage. Percentage changes in price are not necessarily ideal for options plays. $40,000 on a paper account? No. If GME dropped below 80, do you think they'd consider doing a reverse split? No. But if it dropped into like the $40, $50 range, maybe. Every time you say CSV, I think call spread put. That's CPS. Call put spread. Bull call spread? What the fuck are you talking about? Call spread put? That doesn't even mean anything. Why are you thinking that? What's the VWAP on SPY? 380.26 right now. Looks like it's about to fail. I'm gonna close these. Higher lows. Maybe I just wait. I guess I have a little time. I really don't want to hold these calls open that long, though. What date in July do you anticipate a potential next run? After July 15th. So the week of the 18th through the 22nd. I'm going to entering a new GME call position. What expiry? Maybe like next week and probably August. How's AMD looking? Like a pile of shit? Who the fuck is it? Trading below VWAP all day. Can't break through. Massive drop off this morning. I think heading, I mean, it's back down to its resistance right now. The question is it going to break below? Because this move's pretty volume backed. I could see another day of downside before we see anything positive. I mean, I have covered calls on it right now, so I don't really care if it goes down, but call spread put like shares. Good old call spread put Lee, please. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that actually good? Dude, TR's fucking killing it, man. Their financials are great. You think Jimmy keeps drilling into next week then? Yeah, I do. But it's volatile, and so it's hard to hold puts for a long time on it. It's very, very illiquid right now. Are you more confident in a July run now that June was can kicked? Well, we hope June was can kicked, but yeah, I have some confidence in a July run. I'm gonna gain exposure. Didn't you say our covered calls mess up their hedging in some way? I think our covered calls tie up liquidity. So not that it messes up their hedging, but if those covered calls are being sold, especially if they're being sold in the money, the OCC is going to collect that collateral. Especially because GameStop is hard to borrow. They're gonna want that collateral up front, and I think that ties up liquidity. I don't know how big of an effect that is, but it's relevant. BBBY July put wall, anything to do with BBBY's FTDs and that Mark Long guy, or still think it's secretly RC so you can get a deal? I don't think it's secretly RC. I think it's someone trying to move in to buy out the company. Never managed to get a question read out. 2 on the bounce. Made my day. Thanks, Moonchin. TR entries reveal themselves on the SMA 500 daily interval. Yeah. The low point in their cycles. It's very steady, but the failing economy, I think their rate of growth is going to pick up. They do seem to do well in bad economic environments. The only reason I worry about GME puts overnight is a basket rally if we get RC13F in the next couple days for BBBY. Yeah, that's a concern. If no run in July, do you think the cycles may be dead? No, the obligations are still being built up. I will say that the in the money call exercising is doing some weird shit, but it's also bullish, right? It means that FTDs are high enough on GameStop that they need to actually do this shit every day, which exposes their positioning. Are you looking to buy August calls for your out the monies? Yeah. Retail or institutional buying? I think they're just running out of liquidity. You know, as the market sells off, these ETFs that they use are getting smaller and less liquid, right? As liquidity's pulled out of the indices, the ETFs follow suit. And that's kind of creating a liquidity crunch. Also, more shorts piling in means there's less room. During the bull run, they had lots of available liquidity, right? If RC doesn't buy more shares soon at this low price, is it safe to say he isn't buying anymore? Not necessarily, but I would expect him to do something after this earnings, but he may wait till the shareholders meeting. I mean, either way, I don't think anything super interesting is going to happen on BBBY until after those puts are shed or rolled forward. We'll see what the plan with them is. But right now, that put wall is locking the price in place. All right, it's finally breaking 275. The SPY is also breaking view up. Should just bought fucking Tesla. All right, which one of you is pumping TR? Yeah, BBBY could fall below $5. Do you mean to buy SPY calls instead of puts? No. I meant to buy puts. I think DDS double topped weeks ago and is now breaking down below the EMA 270. Maybe DDS trend change occurring? Not really. It's expanding, right? So the next low should be lower. Down into the 222 range. Volatility is picking up, right? All right, we're gonna get our late afternoon run up now. Just hold these through tomorrow. I really don't like the range on this. So for July 1st, 3 days. Fuck, I should have bought above resistance. What SPY action will make you want to shed those 378s? This? Here's my small bump, yay. Do you think the SPY pump until the next bad news tomorrow? Possibly, yeah. I can say that I don't really want to carry a lot of stuff overnight. BBBY rocketing up to 503 on this SPY rip. Still pretty hard resistance at 382, I think. Maybe sooner. We'll see how sustained this is. Everything breaking VWAP into the latter half of the day, though. What's up, GME? Would you buy back into the 190s on CAT? Not yet. I might, though. 90s are at 7. Hmm. Let me buy one over here too. Yeah, faster EMA on this. Hmm. Strong fucking move. Hmm. I get one of these at a discount. Nope. Oh shit. HD. Projected SPY. Still looks good. TD, your order quantity is greater than the quantity that is offered. Illiquidity is for real. Wait, what? What on what? Recession confirmed. Plumbing work is slowing to a halt in the tech capital of the world. My shop is going into 4-day work weeks, and I gotta leave at lunch today. What the fuck? Even SF? I told you the SPY would hit 520 by the end of the year. Thanks, Bipolar Bear. Before you buy options, can you say not financial advice? And I have a unique risk profile and financial situation. I am now buying. No. San Jose? So basically, okay. Maybe people just can't afford plumbers anymore. Or maybe you guys just fixed all the problems. Tried buying GME 200 shares, and that's the warning that came up? Interesting. That's weird. Can you yell ghost this, motherfuckers? As fun as that sounds. I don't think the bulls are dead yet. They're sure as shit beating GME down. Should have a little more rally. I'm commercial new construction. Our main clients are Google, Apple, Meta, 23andMe. Wait, you guys still have available capital? Of course. Not a strong rejection for SPY 382. Yeah, I don't think so. I think this looks good. Should I find a love interest in a nursing home for some July calls? Listen, man, no one's going to judge you for how you get money for your options. All right. Bought and sold cat August 200 early this week with the money, got into August 190, $10 drop in strike with the same amount of money. Am I doing this right? If you bought in today, that's pretty solid. My worry is that this is going to fail the second test right here. So I don't like descending wedges because sometimes the breakouts fail to be realized. This looks okay though. I'd like a little more oomph, but yeah, we'll need to see some volume backing up a push up through this like 381.56 resistance. Wait for another cat entry, or is today good? I saw a decent one, so I hopped in it, but I like that it's back over VWAP. It's got a long way to climb though, which can happen overnight. Home Depot 276. See, I feel like 12%'s a very nice conservative exit on that position. I'm just being greedy now? Probably. Fuck it, Bay Life. GameStop getting shit on. That's got to be some shorting, right? This active fund pressure is, I mean, I guess it's not that significant, but it should be more significant than that. SPY failed a little bit. Not yet though. It's just consolidating into a new wedge. The buy pressure is still there. Check DMs. Oh, Jesus Christ, Poker D-John. Here we go. I didn't realize that Webull added VWAP's twin sisters, the standard deviation bands. What he said, which can happen overnight, what we heard, it's going to happen overnight tonight. That's not necessarily true. Are you holding your GME puts? I just bought another one when they went red. I got a nice discount. My worry is that GME can bounce back up to like 125 and just fucking sit there because it's so illiquid. Do you look at the Bobby chart and then say, interesting, buy one far out of the money call, and then watch the chaos of questions storm down? I'd rather not. Yeah, but are you holding SPY puts? Not right now, I shed them. I might buy back into them, but... I don't see any reason. They were open at 378, so if I buy back in, I'll buy in at 380. I don't want, like, if I'm going to straddle, I don't want it that wide. Don't you know that your options playing is killing MOASS? Oh well. Anyone else completely losing motivation with GME? No. Good afternoon. Hope the extra sleep was good for you, man. I don't know if it was extra, but it was about the same amount that I usually get. Thanks, Tickle Pickle. I appreciate it. All right. Spy puts back on the menu. It's just being a choppy pain in the ass. The fucking, like, all the liquidity is drying up on the top and the bottom. It's oversold and no one wants to fucking buy it, so. Not officially in a recession. It's just being a piece of shit. Some days aren't good days to trade the SPY. I think today is one of them. Probably about to go under 5. It might. No, today's data is the Q1 final report, Super Dan. So now the Q1 negative growth rate is locked in. Yeah, it's just super thin. It's shitty. I agree, Segan. I'll hold some of the longer dated stuff because a turnaround here, because the oversold conditions looks good, but I think I'm just gonna stay away from the index. Maybe tomorrow. First time selling a cover call. I want to sell one for this Friday for a 130 strike. Too close to the money. Where's your comfort zone strike for CCs? I mean, unless I intend to be able to buy them back, I try to target like 0.2 and higher delta, or 0.2 and lower delta. So like 131s, 132s, for weeklies, for like next week, like 140s, right? Like even further out. Like these 135s I'm holding right now, they're kind of high delta. But I'm ready to buy those back if it like moves against me. GME looks kind of bullish right now. There's no volume, but it looks bullish otherwise. I wonder if we're going to see that big flow of call orders come in again. Where do you see that options volume? You could just see it in the volume. The volume dies out at both resistance points. So when it rises to the high resistance at like 382, the volume's crushing. When it drifts down to the low resistance at like 378, the volume's crushing. So it's like volume moves up a little bit into the run and then just dies off. And then it moves up a little bit into the downside and then just dies off as it approaches 378. So there's just no one interested in buying it for more than 382 and no one interested in selling it for less than 380, really. This week's volatility play is partially due to the traditionally low volume during the week leading into July 4th, as many investment bankers are on vacation. Yeah. I thought psychologically important numbers offer a better spread. There was decent OI at the 123 strike, like enough. And it's right in between the two psychological. It's right in between the psychological resistance, the upside and the downside. So you know, if 120 is our bottom, then my puts print, right? Whereas if I bought at 120 and 120 is the bottom, I don't get shit. If I bought at 125, I'd have to pay the premium of buying in the money. I have about 3.5k Jan 23 position in BBBY. I'll purchase this morning. 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 20. Come on, RC. Buy the rest of your shares, buddy. Nice. .466, way too much. No. You're talking what, the like 125s? I guess you're talking, are you talking about weeklies? I don't know which contract you're talking about. It depends on the length of time. There's a lot of factors there. Twin Peaks. If you want to be more specific, I could probably offer more information. Fidelity added VWAP. Yep. Some of their dev teams watching the stream. I can't believe it took them this long to add it. July 1st, 20C, buy 6.7 million on GME. Philly getting spicy today. Fucking annoying. I already have GME puts. What do you spend $1 million on 90 Cs? It's not us. It's just Philadelphia fucking clearing FTDs again. I wonder if that lines up with what we were talking about last. That's actually interesting. Do I want to go down to the 1 hour? I want to switch to Renko. No, wait, I don't. I want regular candles. I guess I need to close that also. What entropy? Small bounce into the end of the day. GME liquidity is dropping off. Interesting. Huh. It's XRT that's getting more liquid. Okay. Fidelity add VWAP? Yeah, I know. Bullish divergence on the daily GME? No. Not at all. It looks like shit. What are you looking at? RSI? No, no one's going all in on Tootsie Roll. Bobby, the most undervalued stock in the market right now? Yeah, or a complete piece of shit. Who the fuck is watching this stream? Someone's going like balls deep on Tootsie Roll right now. Just bought like 3,000 shares. That was you? Oh, okay. Sold them at the first and second test of VWAP. Okay, that's not terrible. I would have probably sold them on the breakout in 30 minutes, but I'm here. Wait, we're not going all in on Tootsie Roll? I just cashed out my 401k. Hey, Dork, look at this. Tootsie Roll recession proof? I'm all in. I'm in moderately. I mean, I'm kind of in at the money, but now that I'm in and I've been looking at it, I might buy more just to like just as like a hedge. Like it doesn't seem to do badly if the market crashes. It's like somewhere to lock up some capital, right? Just a fly by night boomer investment, but generally I like to do a little more research before buying value stocks. I only bought these options to see if someone was making a market for it or not because there's no liquidity in the chain. TR is same as cash. I mean, it might outperform cash by like -4%. Tootsie Rolls same like brown gold. Sometimes eat during traditional holidays, etc. I don't know how the fuck they make money. I guess concession sales, packing their candy into every possible children's holiday. I mean, they're not Hershey's or anything, but maybe they're ripe for acquisition. I don't know if they'd sell out. Laundering. Old age homes. Are Tootsie Rolls around in 50 years? I don't think so. You know, someone probably said that 50 years ago. Yeah, they split the stock not that long ago. What do you think of Bobby? What about it? I think they just ousted their CEO and their stock price is garbage. Are they undervalued? Possibly. But if Cohen bails, there's nothing stopping it from going down. They probably haven't had to make any in 50 years. Yeah, they're a well-run business. Their margins are good. I agree. They're solid. There's nothing wrong with their business model. I just don't know who's buying it. BMG. That's the issue. I understand that a box of Junior Mints at fucking $1.19 is still, I guess, still like 1,000% profit, but be still in it for the love of money too. Thanks, Sitting Bull. I can't think of a good reason for him to bail, but he could. Would I bail? No, I'd double down. But I don't know if I want to double down before him. No, I was in way too low. These suggestions for cleaning up an old rusty cast iron pan. Well, you got to get the rust off of it first. Sandpaper and oil. Get a nice finish on it and then cure it. I'd recommend using something that levels the sandpaper. Don't just do it by hand. You can use a wire brush if you want to maintain like the surface texture. I don't even know if they use chocolate in a Tootsie Roll. If they do, it's like a tiny bit of chocolate, like cocoa powder, mixed with 99% corn syrup. Girk, wait, you don't know? Nor can guarantee what RC is gonna do? Obviously. You piece of shit. Yep, don't like that. Should just cut my puts. Now it's gonna fucking go down. I hate the market today. Do you play Fall Guys? I've played it. I don't play it. Isn't RC the one who suggested selling Bye Bye Baby, and now the CEO is talking about it? Well, that's good. Based on the intelligent investor, do you think Benjamin Graham would have bought Bobby or GameStop? Neither. RC won't bail on BBBY. It's not like he sold shares at market during a squeeze scenario to bail out a short position. Come on, guys. Think. I mean, that's in the best interest of his investors, though, right? That's not in the best interest of people trading his stock. When you see the SPY going, where do you see the SPY going the rest of the week? I don't know. Tomorrow's economic data is probably not going to be good, and it'll probably slip down lower. But it's being a real piece of shit today. It's hard to say. There's not a lot going on this week, so there's going to be a lot of chop, probably. Is that on the 15? 28. What price action are you looking for to bail on your cat calls? If it breaks through this lower trend, I'm going to bail. Like this 182 resistance. If it holds, I'll just like buy a couple more probably. These are August calls, so I'm not super concerned with bailing on them. I like that. Especially if I can get another one here. Oh, I filled. Nice. See, I think this trend holds up. And we see another little rally before like some seriously bad economic data comes in. The SPY broke through though. That was the Dow. The SPY broke through the trend. So I have a little less faith in this rallying again. If it does, it's going to rally like in this range. But that'll mean it'll have to find stability here on the 378, right? This actually looks much stronger over here on the Dow, but that's expected, right? Like people are going to be looking for value investments, and the Dow is better opportunities for that. What price actually looking for to bail on your cat calls? Yeah, breakdown. Sorry, it was me. I sold out of my 290 calls on HD up there. Hoping to average down tomorrow. No worries, man. I think RC has talked to someone. Bed Bath & Beyond CEO Mark Tritton exits a sales plunge. And part of that's true. I don't think the sales are that much different. They're going to have a shit quarter too, just like all the rest of the retail stocks, right? Is it quarter two they're reporting? Or is it Q1 today? I didn't even look. It's Q2, right? No, it's quarter one reported today. Five reasons you hate the market today. Would more TFT? I don't know. When I do that, I don't get other shit done, right? Bobby under 5. Ooh. Hmm. One sec. What strikes you have for cat? 185s and 190s. Radio Shack Twitter just got hacked. RC holding BBBY, same as people who bought GME above 350. Now he's part of the ape community. His greatest investment. My fucking order fill yet? Hmm. Will Cat move prior to OPEX for Jimmy? Hopefully. "11 Madison Park knew it paid its workers too little." Why is that a big news? No problem, Parliament. Ooh. EPAM getting spicy again? Hmm. RC tweeted? Who cares? I have a $15,000 BBBY bag. Welcome to the club. Is the BBBY situation good or bad? It's not good. Fair enough, Sitting Bull. Watching Tootsie Roll, same like watching paint dry. Dork. If you weren't already in BBBY, would you buy now after that earnings call? Probably fucking not. But maybe after the shareholders meeting. Worse, it's like watching uranium decay. Breaking news, analysts just revealed that BBBY is the dumbest stock ever. And popcorn traders' negative 82% returns are hilarious. I mean, that's the kind of the way I'm looking at it at this point. Until something's announced, BBBY is either going to be a tax deduction or it's going to make me rich, right? There's not a lot of in-betweens on the two of them. Isn't the shareholders meeting on the 14th? Are we just building our own gamma ramp on Bobby? Pretty much. What's your donut of choice? You a maple bar guy? Boston cream? Was the chain getting spicier? I don't know if the chain on Bobby could get much spicier. But I'm positive that people have sold off calls today. What a piece of shit. Oh, interesting. Are they fucking shedding their puts? Hold up. J Fresh, are you around? Okay, no problem. Activity. Interesting. Short build up at 5. Sold calls at 9. Is 5p that's what I'm trying to figure out. If those puts are being bought or sold. What's that? Also, can you tell the spy to stop bouncing hard off fucking nothing? If I plan on buying October calls near the money, 130, 140, is there a significant reason to wait? Yeah? Sorry. I'm trying to figure out this positioning on BBBY. It's not really conducive to me being chatty. I think they're bought. So I just got this freebie super chat, and where better to spend but on you, Gurk, my favorite daily voiceover guy. Thanks, Mark H. I appreciate it, dude. Gamma Delta neutral acting as a hard as fuck floor on GameStop today, though. Who knew the first domino would be Gurk flipping the gamma on Tootsie Roll? What date are the BBBY contracts you're talking about? Looks like July 1st and July 15th still. Would you buy a weekly call for next week's potential FTD covering? Next week's potential FTD covering. From what? I don't think there's any significant FTDs next week. It's going to be... actually, I think most of the overlap occurs... There's a little overlap starting next week, but I don't think that's going to trigger a lot of FTD covering. Not until it's just ETFs. The MMFTDs are too... They're too hard to track, like net short or net long. Remember the last time we had the overlap? Like this period where the MM and ETF overlap generally isn't very spicy. This period tends to be spicier, but we're not there yet. We're still like 10 days out. Possible that put buyers on BBBY are aware of the OPEC cycles and expiry is positioned before July. That's possible. Yeah, I know Bobby dropped below 5. Maybe, Stefan. Or at least there'll be a black market for it. I have my life savings in Best Buy and Luna coins. Oh boy. I just joined. Are we still bullish on July OPEX? I don't know. Are you? I'm up $4 to the moon. What a boring fucking trading day. Would you still wait until after July 15th to buy leaps on Bobby? I already have leaps on Bobby. Am I buying more right now? No. You guys have life savings. SP down 25%. Thanks, Sean Connery. What? I just got here and heard you say you think Bobby is bought. Can you repeat? What are you talking about? I was looking at puts on it. I was trying to determine if they were bought or sold. $5 puts. They appear to be bought. So they're pushing the gamma down even further. Let's start with the buy-sell ratio bullshit. Next thing you know, our BBBY will be in here posting the reverse repo. Hasn't it happened yet? How is it even possible that BBBY market cap is $390 million? So much value left on the table. RC could buy BBBY entirely and use their stores as fulfillment centers. Yeah. If he wants to pay off their fucking looming debt. Looks like balls. Ew. Puts pouring in. Calls off this morning and slowly coming in the afternoon. Yeah, it looks like they're edging it down below 5 now. Oh, yeah. Show you guys? Sure. You guys asked me to show you this stuff, and they were like, what mean? They slammed it with puts, and calls are kind of flatlining. Who do you trust more, RC or Keith Gill? Well, given that only one of them's ever made me any money, I'm gonna have to go with Keith. Yeah, he just plugged the BBBY data into the chart he uses for GME. If Bobby sells Bye Bye Baby, would that force a share recall? No, that doesn't force a share recall. Well, it depends on how they do it. I believe we're witnessing the dawn of MOASS. Okay. Spy finally getting some fucking volume today. Is this MOASS? No. Sorry. If DFV tweeted right now that BBBY was a deep fucking value stock, what do you think the price would be by 4 p.m.? Higher. Which is probably why you won't see him tweet that. I wasn't paying much attention, so I was curious if you were thinking the FINRA holiday, then we ran in March instead of Feb as well, or something else at that time. I think that the FINRA holiday extensions through Rex are what caused the delay in February and June. If there were to be a merger, what would that do to security ownership? I mean, that would be outlined in the merger agreement. Sorry, I'm pumping the stock in order to buy my puts again. You should demand $1 for each time you answer the question, is this MOASS? I'd have made more money off of that than I would off of actual MOASS. Shit. Oh well. Is there a correct way to roll down calls? I bought GDX 35C leaps at 32.50, now down to 28 and about 30% on calls. Plenty of theta and conviction on my thesis though. Thoughts? You want to roll down to 32.50, I assume? You just sell them and buy the new ones. Full port August 240s, Jan 950s. Interesting. Will you buy more BBBY? Probably. But not yet. Did you all see the article BlackRock tweeted that was straight up like, we are not the ones buying up residential property? If you look at the BBY options chain leaps, there's like one call below our current price. Yeah, I would imagine there's a lot of super low priced calls. Is a buy at 20, a buy at 15, a buy at 10? Is it a buy at 5 or not? It's a good question. It's a hell of a pummeling, right? Is this slow ass? No, this is just like the end of day rally. Are you selling your puts today? I don't think so. Sorry, I just like the thought of you explaining merger mechanics after it took months to explain a stock split. You mean division? Yeah, division was a tough subject to like get the class to pass their exams on, but ultimately, I don't need to talk about a fucking reverse merger, so thank God. Foreshadowing. Here's my problem with buying more BBBY shares. I already rolled forward and bought more leaps yesterday. My options position's larger than my share position. I just don't know if I want more shares. Right? Cat about to break out of an ascending wedge. Yeah, Cat's doing okay. I see it moving up. What about a BBBY reverse split? That'd be spicy. But it'd be like a reverse split probably into liquidation. Ugh. Peter Lynch would say buy the dip. This isn't 1980. I bought it 517. I sold it 498. I like the conviction that you had in your investment there, Random. He was the manager of Fidelity's Magellan Fund. He's a famous value investor / trader. Ever feel like full port sending into cat calls? I almost did on the last run. Like that move from, I think it bottomed out at like 195 and then moved up to, what was it, 220, like 227-ish or something like that. Um, I nearly like full ported my March into it. Like my March gains from GME. You say you don't want BBY shares now, but when it goes bankrupt, then you'll know 100%. Yeah. Would you hold Bobby puts overnight? Probably not. I don't know. Sure. What do you have them at? $6 or 5? Five's risky because it's just you're barely in the money. But if you have time, then sure. Would I hold SPY puts overnight? I might buy some before close. I don't know. Are you profitable? Are you in the money, Core? So you think a super misogynist solution is the ideal business, Super Dan? I'm red 13%. These 375s are for next week. What day next week? When I buy options, they're usually instantly red. They are instantly. This time they're instantly green. Did I do something right? It sounds like you got a better fill. I know people who do that. They just sit on their computer all day trying to get good fills on contracts and then sell them for more. Just like trying to make up the arbitrage all day. Obviously, that's better if you can program an algorithm, but we keep mentioning volume regarding the SPY, but does that matter? Isn't it just the SPY just an ETF that tracks the S&P 500? Sure, its NAV does, but it's has 10 times the trade volume of the SPX. That's not misogynistic to imply that men enjoy video games and women enjoy housewares isn't misogynistic. I think it is. Markets will sell options very cheaply on things they thought will never happen. When they were wrong, it was small, but they were right. They were right big. Yeah. Think about entering cat call. Would I be chasing? No. Not chasing. This is still a very okay range. The stability's nice. Thought popcorn's rebalancing finished yesterday. The reconstitution finished on the 25th. But over the following week, you have mutual funds buying into balance that don't have to rebalance with the reconstitution, right? We saw the same thing on GME last year. I remember during the reconstitution last year, AMC was weighted very, very low. Do you pay attention to noose ratio when trading? Not really. It's fine, but yeah, I think volume's better. You can't use proven generalizations nowadays. People will get triggered. Yeah. Or alternatively, just accept that all things have nuance. Good entry point for BBBY just for shares holding. I mean, they're very cheap relative to BBBY's trading price over the last year and a half. The current price is extremely cheap. How do put blankets prevent price improvement on stocks like BBBY? It holds a hedge in place, a short hedge. And then all you have to do is simply add more puts if the price starts to move up. I enjoy home goods stores far more than my wife. What do you know about crystal stemware? A little bit. I can't say I'm well versed in crystal stemware. Wild Bill Mayo packs. Just sold my last 2 shares to buy groceries. MOASS imminent. Thank me later. We'll keep you in mind. The BBBY earnings went well then. I mean, they ousted the CEO, which could be a good thing. The stock price didn't drop that much. The IV crush on these GME puts is absurd. It tends to pick up later. If we're correct about the down cycle occurring right now, then IV on the GME puts will pick up. Any hopes on the basket for T+6? No. Why wouldn't they just mark all that shit long and cover it later? Okay, I don't think that's how holistic healing works, Celtic Mako, but I could be wrong. I identify as a meat popsicle and I enjoy video games and housewares. Nice. But that doesn't impact the price, right? Meaning higher or lower volume doesn't affect the price of the ETF. Which, what I don't know which statement you're referring to, DK. I'm using Schwab's Street Smart Edge to enter a position with trailing stops. Have you used this platform? Yeah. If so, what do you think of it? It's okay. Weekly's down 20%. Crazy to hold overnight. Probably. How are your 120s down 20%? Just the IV crush? Are they puts or calls? What are the benefits of SPY puts over NASDAQ puts? I mean, they're different indexes. I don't have any subwoofers in my car. Oh, well, maybe I do. I think there's like a built-in one. Harman Kardon or something. If I sell a CSP at 5 and the current price is below 5, will I get premium immediately? Yeah. But you won't necessarily buy the stock immediately. Jimmy puts, I got in it at 121 today. Fuck, I really don't like the weekly puts. How would I handle that position? You can wait for a lower drop tomorrow. But we could also see a little bounce here at like at 120 after the test. You may not have enough time. Yeah, you might not have enough time. If you were up earlier, you should have bailed on them. That's the thing about weeklies is you have to be very willing to just get rid of them. They're not good for waiting for something to play out. Because theta's constantly decaying your contract, right? So they're not conducive to swinging. It's just like they're fine for intraday trades, but beyond that, you want more theta, so you don't need to worry about like because GameStop might bounce here, right? Like we may see a little bounce off the 120 resistance before falling further, right? But because your call or your puts are weekly, you don't have time for the rest of the thesis to play out. I feel like you drive an Acura or a Lexus. No, not an Acura. It's just like a Honda with leather seats. A scale of 1 to Sun God. How convinced are you that RC is going to buy into BBBY after this fall off? I don't know. It's hard to put myself in his shoes. How does he not at these prices, right? How does he not commit to what he started? But at the same time, like, sometimes it's better just to take the loss and move on. Whatever his decision is, it'll tell us a lot more about who RC is as a person, right? And where his interests lie. By continuously rolling out a CSP, is that a viable way to avoid assignment and eventually buying to close the position while retaining all the premium earned throughout the rolling of the CSP? Yeah. If you need to roll it, though, that doesn't sound very profitable. Unless you're rolling it, like, straight out for profit. What's your expectation of BBBY price movement now? Going lower? I don't know. They didn't buy... I mean, they bought puts at 5, but I don't know how much below 5 that's going to keep the price. The old CEO was running the ship into the ground. You know, he's gone. Not bad, necessarily. It's uncertain, which institutions don't fucking like. SPXS to hit 30 before 7:15, expiry before SLD. What's it trading at? So you need almost a 3 basis point move in the SPY. A 1.5 basis point move in the SPY to the downside, which would put the SPY at, or SPX at let's see. $37.47. It could. It could. Before SLD, maybe not, though. I still kind of expect this to rally a little bit in the short term. I don't know how high it's going to go. Maybe just like 384 before coming back down. I don't know. It's a bit risky. I can't say I love it. Girk's real name is Dylan. Ew. Gas stocks got crushed today because people are saying demand destruction is starting. Any thoughts? Yeah, I think also supplies picking up. So for the short term, I would say gas is not really a play anymore. I know my Oxy position got closed out like a little last week. Week before last. I guess it is now. I told you guys when gas crushes, it crushes fast. Oil. Watch gas prices remain elevated at the pump though. But Jan 23, 5 C's on Bobby. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, the company can go out of business. I don't understand the circumstances when a CSP gets assigned. 100 shares are put onto you by the buyer of the contract you sold. What you do with those shares is up to you, but you have to pay whatever the strike is to the contract purchaser in cash, hence cash secured. If you only got $100 to lose, what play would you make Friday or next week? 200 if lower risk. Not sure if cat calls are within that range. Not sure cat calls within that range would be very profitable. Yeah, there's some risk there. I don't even know what cat calls you could buy for $200. Definitely not far dated ones. Yeah, 192.50s for July 15. It's risky. I mean, there's no way to spend $100 or $200 and not take on a ton of risk unless you're aiming for extremely low profits, right? Which is probably what you should be aiming for, and not like a high risk, high reward scenario, but just like a consistent payout on something cheap. Like BP's got nice swings. Puts here look very solid, but the range is minimal, right? Like stuff like that though. It's just an example. I don't recommend it. But like this can only really move down like 50 cents, and I think the options are at 28.50. So you can print a little bit, you know, and they're cheap, but let's see, like with Theta, they're like $100 a piece. You know, you can't take the big risk plays and expect to not take on a ton of, you can't take on the big risk plays because you don't have enough capital without taking on a ton of additional risk. So you have to shave off some value from somewhere, Theta or Delta. Alternatively, instead of, you know, being in the game, save it so you have more money and you can make a better play. There's always a new opportunity, right? Interesting. Grove? I'm not going to chase it, but I'll take a look. That's a hell of a run up. Yeah. Some blank check acquisition group. Just de-spacking bullshit again. Thoughts on spy puts end of day? I'm thinking about them, Silence of the Dans, but they're kind of risky. Especially if the spy is going to bounce up for a couple days. I don't know how much the personal... Like, the economic data tomorrow is important, but I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have on the market overall, especially when the market's already at these prices, even if it comes in kind of bearish. Like, I think the projected is... The forecast was like 0.3 and the previous was 0.4. And then 0.9 to 0.8. But for income and then spending. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna have a huge impact. If it doesn't, then you know the SPY could continue to bounce. It did get quite oversold yesterday, which is one of the reasons it's so choppy today. Is that the buy interest hasn't really come back in, but the short interest is a bit exhausted. Where's Max Payne for Bobby? Probably at like $5. What's your strategy for your GME puts? Holding for a while? Holding for a little while, yeah. GME volatility chop, Sinus, yeah. Can you start recapping the SPY every day at the end of the day? That was really helpful and informative. Not much to recap today. D-Sand, but yeah, sure. D-Sand, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Can you comment on BBBY being seller boxed and the towel NFT dividend they're doing? No comment. What do you expect to see GME break below 120? I think it's going to take like quite a bit of effort to drive us down below 120. Like they need to kind of grind us down unless they get some or use some synthetic liquidity. So they either need to get a hold of some liquidity or they need to use synthetic liquidity to short it. They can, but they're not really in a desirable position to do that right now. GME liquidity is kind of tight. Like that push below 120, not only is it hard, it's probably not sustainable. So like they've really got to grind it down and, you know, get that call delta off the chain. And even if they can, I don't know how long they can hold it under 120. That's why I'm not super confident in a move back down to like 103 unless it's extremely brief. This is the cat bottom for the rest of the week. It's a higher low. Not necessarily, but it is a higher low. Here's what I think they're going to do, sort of. Is I think they're going to hold off on the XRT shorting until XRT goes on reg show. Well, not goes on reg show, but reg show begins. Like the thresholding begins. And I think they're going to save that to short GameStop back down after they do that negative delta exercise again. How about moving back up to 160? My calls need it. Turd, you could have sold those calls like 50 different times now. Got a loss, but at least you'd have gotten your money back. How far dated are they? Can you do a TR recap at the end of the stream too? Thanks. Yeah, you know what? I'll just do that right now. Let's take a look at fucking TradingView. Oh, it's just not gonna work. Piece of shit. So TR, with 7 shares traded over the course of the day, you know, up what 0.3%, 0.77%. Doing fantastic. You can see my my call buy-in right here that spiked this run up. I'm not even kidding. I think that was actually my call buy-in. You got it, Dork. We can't do anything. We're individual investors that make our own decisions. Ray, BBBY, and Baby. Do you think BBBY could realistically get for the sale of Baby, considering Baby's annual revenue of $1 billion? Probably quite a bit, right? Ding ding. The day is done. Holy shit, that was awful. I'm glad I slept in for an extra hour. GameStop doing its standard bullshit, up in the morning, down in the afternoon, up at the end of the day, but up not quite as high. Gotta love our good old sinus pattern. Nothing too impressive today. FTDs a little higher. I think a little bit of the negative gamma getting blown out in the morning, but we'll have more tomorrow. Puts coming in on the downtrend. Slow grind into 120 as they're having a little difficulty with liquidity right now, or at least not trying to gain access to it, right? I think as long as they can keep grinding it down slow and get that IV down, they really aren't too concerned with the price, right? The price of GameStop isn't of utmost importance to them. The IV, however, is. Part of crushing that IV is the price going down, but slowly, right? And I think this is going to continue. We could have a little bounce here into tomorrow, maybe an early morning retest of near 126.70, but probably more like 125-ish before, you know, moving down into the end of the day. But yeah, right now, I don't think too much is going to happen with GameStop in the short term. I know a couple of people wanted me to cover the SPY as well today. Here's GME on our chart. So yeah, if we grind down through this resistance and we're able to break to the downside, which we may not be able to do, but if we are, that's when we start to see the potential for like 116, 114. I don't think we're going to fall to this lower resistance. Not without a serious push, and we'll see that volumetrically. It'll spike IV. Especially if they're building up put positions right now, they really don't want to spike IV yet until they're in them. And we have to be wary of them building up put positions again because they're still exercising in the money calls, right? And so because of that, we don't know how much of these put positions are, marking long FTDs versus how many of them are, actual short positions that they intend to drive into the money. So we need to be very wary of, because we weren't as wary of it before, and we got kind of lucky on that drop back here on like June 14th. But without that drop, many people betting to the downside would not have had very much success, right? So yeah, we need to be very, very wary of the downside here, and don't play too far out of the money because you were not guaranteed to print right now. The constant exercising of that positive delta is propping the price up against any short pressure. As far as the SPY goes, flat. It really couldn't find any interest in the high or low range today. It's still broken down below that trend. I think it's more likely to find some volume in the high range than it is because in the low range, because there's just so much seller exhaustion still from yesterday. So there's a good chance it bounces, but the range of that bounce, I think, is kind of limited. I don't think we're gonna see like a move up to like 386. Like even this mid range. I think maybe at best, like we'll tap the 385, maybe 383 range, and then come back down as more economic data comes in later on. And then, when we hit SLD, I expect it'll go down even harder. Anyway, that's about it for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Bobby fucking got shorted it open and sold off throughout the entire day. A lot of volume, but not a lot of fucking interest. Lots of short puts long puts came in at $5. They're moving the gamma wall down. It's not a good sign, but the gamma wall is still just dated for the 15th. So, based on, I think, what happens at the shareholders meeting, whoever's holding those puts is going to make a decision one way or the other. They're either going to roll that position out more and continue to edge the price down, or they're going to close it and let it run. Who paid to build that wall? Who the fuck knows? Cerberus? Whoever wants to buy it out for cheap. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Have a great night. It was me. It wasn't you, Gaff.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet. I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.